It's that time again. There we go. Got the good mic working now. Check, check, check. Yep. So yeah, see if we can find some babies. I'm actually lower the tripod a little bit today. Because getting a super high view is not our priority as much. And having it be more, my camera be more at eye level, makes it easier for me to get stuff in frame, which is good. So I'm going to lower the legs a little bit. So, plan today. Baby hummers have left the nest. They have fledged. We got to see them in one of them yesterday, outside of the nest area, outside of the nest but in the area, getting fed by mom, which still happens for a couple days after they fledge. So what we'll do is I'll peek at the nest just so we can see it, verify that it's empty. Then I'll scan around, see if the same baby or the other one is hanging in the area. See what else is going on. Maybe try to check for some feeding sites so that we can figure out, like I say, ideally if we could spot both babies somewhere, that would be great. As time passes, that's going to be less and less likely. Because they're going to be getting more and more independent by the day. But we'll start with just a nest check. So, sure enough, there is nest. Nest is empty. Do a quick zoom in on the nest. Verify that there's no movement or anything in there. Yeah, no. Nobody in the nest, which is what we expected. So what I'm going to do is, I did bring my binoculars today, which is good, so I can spot stuff without swinging the camera around as much. Morning herring. So, no sign of any hummers yet. I'm probably just going to scan this area, and then if we don't see any of the hummers moving around, we'll check the feeders over by the visitor center. Here, let's get a close-up of our only friend we've got at the moment. Very close by. Let's see if I spook it. Hey, friend. A little too much zoom. That's our closest look at a fox squirrel friend. Now it's getting too close to me. You probably couldn't see it on the face cam. Good morning, Wildcats. Hopefully you got to see that squirrel before it scurried. So I'm doing a quick scan just to make sure the hummers aren't still hanging out in this area getting fed. Not so. Also keeping my ears out for any chitter chatter, and right now all I'm hearing is chickadees. But these branches right here, this is where one of the babies was yesterday. We're on these branches. I have one of these little cheepy birds. Sounds very close to me. So we have some, wondering if I can get a look. It looks like some young birds. It could be a young phoebes. We got another bird calling over here. I'm trying to think if I can shift over there. There's definitely one chickadee at least. Trying to figure out if I can see anything over there without just pointing the camera straight at the sun. Cowbird, the high pitch. Just do a quick scan of these branches, make sure there aren't any hidden hummers that I've missed. Yeah, so I bet that movement I saw over there was those chickadees, because now there's several of them chattering. Check way above my head. Okay. With 5 minutes plus of no sign of hummers, I say we take the show on the road. See if we can scout out the hummingbird feeders. See if we get any visits there, then potentially check for other feeding sites nearby the nest, because like I say, since they left the nest, probably they're going to be gradually getting more independent, the babies are, and gradually, you know, moving into a wider area. Like I said, we know there are other ruby-throateds in the area, and ruby-throateds are very territorial. So they may, depending on how many there are, they may have to search a little wider to find their own food sources that aren't really strongly defended. So, off we go. I'm going to see if I can kind of carry the tripod around for now with it extended. We'll see how that works. It's quite awkward. Try not to drag my tripod feet in the trail. Oh. Spooked a turtle into the water. So like I say, I know one of the park rangers said that they had some bird feeders set up, and I know there are some by the wild bird viewing area where they've got some seed feeders too. So I'll check that. That might have more around the visitor center too though. If I see somebody, I can ask them. There's 2 people walking this morning. One person beat me here. Got here half an hour after it opened. So we do have some good wildflowers in the beds around here, but these are mostly Indian blanket and smaller wildflowers that aren't, you know, usually it's going to be more honeysuckles, trumpet flowers, things like that that are more suited for hummingbird feeding. So don't see any of those sorts of flowers around. So we do have a couple of little teeny tiny, like tea light size hummingbird feeders on the visitor center window, those little red dots. But those, not necessarily, I can't tell if they're filled, and they probably run out pretty quick because they have small reservoirs. Make sure I'm not missing any feeders out front here. Oh, and speaking of our think this is one of our Phoebe friends that we saw a while back. Let's find out. If I can not get blind. Yep. See the little tail flick. So we saw some fledgling phoebes here that we started seeing like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. At least probably about a month and a half ago. And I've seen them in the background sometimes, but they've never been on the side of the bridge that the hummingbird nest is. But the phoebes are still around. Let's see if I can tweak my face cam like this. I think then I can kind of, yeah, this works. Funkier angle, but I can actually carry the tripod a little bit easier this way. So, there should be some hummingbird feeders. Hopefully they're filled over here. Oh, I hear a woodpecker. Like I say, I'm not good enough at woodpecker differentiation by the woodpecking sound. So I can't really tell. It's not affiliated, it would be louder, but that's probably red-bellied. Could be downy. Or hairy. We haven't seen a hairy on stream, and I haven't seen one here, but always keep an eyes out for those. But I do see our hummingbird feeders. So let's make sure they're filled up and see if they're getting any visitors, because any hummingbird visitors in this area could very well be our mama or babies. Wild bird observation station. Which I don't, it's not ideal for our purposes, because all of the observation holes are little teeny ones like that. So I might actually need to go on the other trail on the other side, because I don't think I'm going to be able to really get a good camera view through these holes. They're also not built for tall humans like me. So we've got two feeders. I can see at least one of them. Has some clear, sweet juice in it. Like I say, a lot of what I'm going to be doing is just listening for that little hummer chitter chatter sound. If you don't know what hummingbirds sound like, you should look it up, because they sound really cute. That's a cardinal. And then that higher pitch and that higher pitch sound are cowbirds, brown-headed cowbirds. We'll try to get some of those on cam if we can. Okay, I'm going to reposition. Might hear a little squirrel chatter here. Yeah. 2 squirrels right in front of me. They didn't want to pose, they scurried up into a tree. How's everybody's morning going? If it is in fact your morning. Depending on where in the world you're at, of course. Could be your afternoon, your evening, your night. But here, it's a pleasant 7 a.m. morning time. Hasn't got hot yet. It will get hot today. Temperatures were yesterday in the low 90s with heat indexes in the hundreds. Well, glad it's nice where you're at, Wildcats. Oh. You guys hear that? No, I can't. I can't do bird calls. What am I saying? And then that singing there, that's a Carolina wren, which I kind of want to get a Carolina wren on cam. We got one briefly once, but they're one of my favorite regulars. Also trying to find a spot to get a line on those hummingbird feeders in case they get action. Yeah, wrens are fantastic, and there's probably wrens where you are. There are wrens in Europe. Depending on what part of North America you're in, you'll have different wrens. There are South American wrens. Our most common here are Carolina wrens. But I keep meaning on brushing up on wren vocalizations, because I know when I hear a wren, and I know California wrens, but I haven't ever had any good experiences of watching a Buick's wren, which is the other most common, the second most common wren around here. House wrens I can recognize a little bit better by sound, just because they're so distinctive, and I see not that many of them. But I haven't ever looked up Buick's, which is, I think I'm saying it right. I don't know. It's all these bird names that I hardly ever hear people say. But yeah, it's B-E-W-I-C-K. So I'm not seeing any action right now. The hummingbird feeders, like I say, here, that's the back side of the observation wall. And then the feeders are kind of back in through here. They're teeny tiny and kind of behind some trees. But I haven't seen any movement over there at all. So maybe we'll try the other side, and I'll also be scouting for some natural hummingbird food, flower-wise, and we can head out to the, might actually not be a bad time to head out to the field while it's still, the sun's kind of low and it's not hot yet. Might be some deer out there still, and we might be able to scout for, because it seemed like that was the direction Mom seemed to be always coming from and going to the right of the nest from where we were watching her, which would be towards that field. I think I am going to have to collapse my tripod though. It's just too clunky to carry around fully extended. So pardon me while I stop for a sec. Okay. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, I'm not seeing, oops. Need to turn off my alerts. I'm seeing any action with the hummingbird feeders, so now you can kind of maybe make out a little red dot here, and there's another one behind that tree. So no action there. We'll swing back by, scan the oak tree where the nest is for any babies or mama, and then we'll move on to the big open field and try to find where they've been feeding. Because I'd like to be able to verify both, although at this point it's going to be tricky probably, especially if they're not using the nest area. Because if we see one little fledgling hummingbird, and then we see another, it's going to be pretty hard to tell if we've seen both or just the same one twice. Ideally, we're going to find them perched at the same time in a similar area, which is why I was hoping one or both would still be around the nest site. So here we are, here's the wide angle. There's the base of our nest tree, really big oak. Here are the limbs hanging out over the creek where they nested. Oh, I got faked out by a high-flying butterfly. Because with hummingbirds, pretty much any movement, no matter how small, little tiny leaf, dragonfly, butterfly, anything out of the corner of my eye looks like a hummingbird right now. And even some of the like twigs and stuff, if they're chunky enough, look hummingbird-like. Hearing more of that woodpecker behind me. Maybe we'll get an eye on that as we go to check the big field. But yeah, I'm still seeing zero action around the nest area, which is probably a good thing. Because if they're flying around and being independent more, then good for them. As much as I want to see the baby hummers, more than that, I want them to be thriving. But I still would like to see them. If you didn't see the hummingbirds fledged, one of them was hanging out by the nest yesterday, and there's some good clips. Thanks to the mods and others for taking some clips. We've got clips of mom feeding one of the fledglings. We've got clips of fledgling doing scritchy scratchies with its foot. Test flapping again while it's perched. So, check out the clips if you haven't seen them. Yes, very, very, very cute. Can always just stop by the pollinator garden, see if it's hopping. Because there's lots of wildflowers in some of the restored and partially restored grassland areas. But they also have a couple little gardens they've set up where they've got some concentrated wildflowers. May still be a little bit early for the insects to be super active, but we'll check. So yeah, here's our little area. A lot of the stuff's not blooming right now. Oh! Did you guys hear that little tittery sound? There are chimney swifts somewhere up above us. Another bird that I love and have been trying to figure out, how can I show chimney swifts on stream in case people haven't seen them? Because they stay in the air and move very quickly, catching bugs. And when I mean they stay in the air, I mean like they basically don't perch unless they're roosting at night. They have teeny tiny feet. They're actually the closest, their closest relatives that aren't swifts are hummingbirds. Okay, I just saw something zooming past me, which could have been a big dragonfly. I've got one big dragonfly flying up over my head. But there was something else that I want to follow up that was flying towards these trees over here. So to give you the panorama, here's the grassland that they've been restoring. You can see a little bit of color back there. Yeah, as Green Herring points out, there is a Seth dropping a frustrated F-bomb, trying to get the baby hummingbird in focus as it's flying around and flitting from branch to branch. Eventually I got it though, once it settled down. Have another flying insect eater. I think it was didn't have a forked tail, so it wasn't a barn swallow. Probably cliff swallow, maybe northern rough-winged. But again, that's a good luck with that sort of thing, in terms of, unless I get another really good flyover. Probably will not know, for certain. We're also kind of coming up on the area where the bluebird nests are, so we'll keep our eyes out. They've already had at least one successful brood that we got to see a while back, but they could. Bluebirds will do another brood, another batch of babies, if they can squeeze the second one in. See if we can hear that chimney swift. That sound. Getting distracted by a great blue heron flying over. That little spot up behind my head, if you saw that, that was a big heron. Yeah, so far I'm seeing a lot of good stuff, but mostly these little zoomy overhead birds. We're kind of on the other side of the same trees, but we're also approaching where we heard what our best guess was baby cardinal, possibly baby robin, whining. So we'll keep our ears peeled for that too. Okay, there are bluebirds perched out here. I'm assuming they're bluebirds because they're in the bluebird spot. Let's verify that before we get too close and spook them off. So it's always tricky with those little knots. So this little pergola thing is made out of cedar. And so all the little knots on there always look like little birds from a distance to me, but I thought I saw a speck of actual blue. So there's an eastern bluebird hanging out there. Need to tighten the tripod down a little bit so it doesn't move like that. Got a very male look to it. Nice striking blue with the reddish orange chest. One of the people walking's gone up ahead of me. Let's try our super zoom. Pretty boy. And there he goes, yeah. As the person walked by. Spooked it. But it could be hunting area. Keep an eye out. If we move through nice and slow, we might get a better peek. Or maybe get a good comparison shot. Female or young one would be too. Kind of this morning. I mean, I got here quite as early as 6:30 instead of 6 a.m. Might check back by the big bridge. Another potential hummingbird nest site over there. At least a female frequenting there, flying around and landing somewhere. Plus, that's theoretically where our blue-gray gnatcatcher nest is. And we could peek at see if there's any action. I think the red-bellied woodpecker nest is probably, they're done using it, but we could peek at it and see if there's anybody sticking their heads out of that hidey hole. squeaky road sound. I'm gonna keep moving. There are baby nuts in that nest box, which means I just outside of it, but there were some little teeny pieces. So there are some more baby bluebirds on the way. Dogs on the outside world. I don't want them around. Come and feed them all the food they need. Speaking of, let's see. There's full birds. Okay, move. Favorite and me playing my phone. Hey. In being all funky, or if it clears up. Because again, that could be related to me trying to take the tripod and the phone down lower to the ground. And presumably if I don't hear any response about it being clear, that means it's still breaking up. Get a nice view of my tripod. I mean my close-up of my... A little better? Okay. We'll keep moving. Hopefully that will clear. Good morning, Maiko. So I know the... Good morning, Get to Know Nature. So I know the park ranger mentioned that there are some trumpeter vines somewhere over this way, and I don't know if they're on the back side of the field, because we have a lot of good wildflowers in the the restoration area proper, but they're not really hummingbird friendly flowers. So I'm wondering if it's along the back edge, that tree line there, if that's maybe where they're going. But I'm nervous to go over there because I've never gone over there while streaming, and I don't know if that's going to be related to the weird signal, because we have fledged hummingbirds. Since they're fledged, they're also much harder to find. They weren't hanging around the nest site this morning when we first got here. So we went and checked the feeders, and we're kind of looking around for potential food sources. And it may just be that they may just be something we might randomly run into in the future. But it's going to potentially be very random, since thankfully they seem to be doing well and being more independent now, because they're not even hanging around the nest area waiting to get fed. More chimney swift sounds. bluebird. Bluebird's back at that pergola. I still feel like I'm hanging too close to the, you can still see one, the nest box where I heard peeps was the second one over there. So I kind of want to not stay very close to it because I don't want to dissuade parents from going up there and feeding. I extended a tripod leg because I was kind of hoping there was a turkey vulture that did a low swoop over me, but it did not stay in this area. Yeah, the hummers grew up very fast. I mean, on some level it's to be expected. You know, birds that can like double their size every 2 days, then every 3 days, then every 4 days, and consecutively grow up fast, but I was thinking we would have a few more days even, until they fledged and then left the nest. Yeah, Pizza, the turkey vulture, checked me out, gave me a sniff. They have incredible noses. People used to think no birds could smell, but most birds can smell to some degree, and some birds, like turkey vultures, are very good at it. I smelled a little bit too alive for it. I may walk back along this a little bit just to see. I'm not even really seeing like any big pops of color along the edges of the field that could be prime hummer food territory. But they've got to be eaten somewhere. We saw plenty of liquid nutrition flowing back and forth between mom to the babies. So she's getting food somewhere, and presumably they're feeding themselves now. Another Carolina wren going at it. It's already starting to get hot, y'all. Sun up over the trees. More chimney swift sounds. Again, one of my favorite bird sounds, especially when they first show back up. Oh, American robin. When chimney swifts first start showing back up, and when I haven't seen one yet and I hear my first one of the year, one of my favorites. Anybody else here get any different swifts? Chimney swifts are the only ones I see. Pizza, do you get white-throated swifts? Okay. A little bird that wanted to disappear very quickly. Let's get some shade. Gonna head back into the woods by where our red-bellied woodpecker hole is. See if anybody's peeking their head out. I'm also starting to hear a tufted titmouse back here. Oh, one of our box turtle friends. If you were here a few weeks back, we found a pair of box turtles We got a pair of box turtles a few weeks back, having some sexy times. This is possibly one of them. They're not both here. Let's give a close-up of this guy though. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that they could even have some eggs buried somewhere, or even some babies at this point, I guess. But yeah, green herring, my only experience IDing swifts was not really expecting or knowing what to look for, and just knowing chimney swifts, which are kind of all dark colored, no real markings. Yeah, and just like Pizza's saying, sometimes it's actually pretty easy. Because in my case, I was like, oh, what are these things? They look like swifts, but they have white throats. I was like, oh, it's a white-throated swift. So here is a look at that gory scene. So he's just munched down on a mulberry, or she. It had the mulberry. As I was starting to get the camera out, it had the mulberry. I could see something in its mouth. So little tortoise butt. Up, see, it's got another one. Down the hatch. That's why I was moving so fast. Yeah, I can clickbait, folks. Okay, so let's see who our other friend is here. I wonder if this is... the partner. No, that's not a... This one's not a box turtle. This one's a red-eared slider. Oh, and we're getting photobombed. Great egret coming through. So that was a lot. of action I wasn't necessarily expecting. A wild egret appeared. Yeah, I'm gonna give it just a second because I know if I just go straight up that way, that egret's gonna flush for sure. Because it's probably going back down into the creek. Because that little tiny stream bed that goes into the pond and that bridge that we were at with the hummingbird nest. Right now we're kind of where that feeds into the main creek. So I bet it's kind of going down into the water. Again, good example of if you want to get good looks at birds, sometimes just being still, even though that was incidental, we'd pretty much just stopped for those box turtle and then the red-eared slider. But if you stop moving around, then stuff just sometimes comes right in front of you. Very unexpected. So we might get a look at it feeding. Our three-toed box turtle has already gotten down into the grass. I was planning on, before I saw the other turtle, getting a close-up of those toes so you could see that it has one fewer toe than your standard eastern box turtle. Gonna try to be quiet. Got a little fish. Yeah, pizza, don't worry, we'll have the I mean, a lot of this area is gonna stay pretty green. But we will start getting some sun-scorched fields as the summer goes on. But yeah, we're lucky enough to have some good wet green areas. We want a close-up of our Oh, was there a video glitch just now? I've been trying to keep track of my, I had a alert pop up on my app saying that there was a high CPU usage moment. Do we want to do an ultra close-up of our slider friend? Let me see how low I can go. Alright, slider close. So these guys are so pretty. That's partially why they're the pet trade, including the illicit pet trade. They're kind of a big deal. Yeah, pretty much any turtle, I feel like they've got a solid enough of a beak, even if it's just made for cutting stalks of plants. It's got enough oomph to give you a little owie. Yep, got its little head tucked back into its turtleneck. I'm pretty much at the spot where the red-bellied woodpecker hole is, so I'm going to peek and see if there's any action on that. Peeking out a little bit there. So yeah, no movement in and out of the woodpecker hole, which I don't really expect, because I don't think they typically do more than one brood. And we saw them using that hole quite a while ago, over a month ago. Alright, everybody say bye, Slider. Bye, buddy. Okay, back on the move. Here, cardinal and the chimney swifts again. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, I'm gonna figure out what's going on over here. There's something weird. Looks like some of the swallows. I don't see mud over here, so I'm trying to figure out what these swallows were doing on the trail. Have a squirrel friend to look at too. I think those were swallows. I suppose it could have been the bluebirds, but they looked very swallowy. Let me actually level us out a little bit. I might stay here for just a second, see if they come back. Yeah, Pizza, that's the same thing I was thinking. I think the red bellies are probably done with their nest hole in terms of coming and going and feeding. I don't think they're gonna come back. So there were two birds on the ground, kind of fluttering their wings and stuff. And my first thought was that that kind of looks like what a painted bunting does when they display. Painted bunting males will do these little dances where they'll just flutter their wings sitting on the ground and kind of move around and dance in circles. So there were a couple birds down on the ground and fluttering. Oh, Pizza dropping some more fun facts. About cavity nesting. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see whatever I saw. Like I say, it looked like those cliff swallows that I was seeing kind of came down to the ground for a second, which I'll see them do that when they're gathering mud for nest building. Clearly there's no mud. We do have box turtle number 2. This could be the other one. So it says turtles, to my knowledge, cannot teleport. This is probably the other one of that pair we saw, or could be an unrelated turtle, because this one's back on the other side of the little culvert going towards the area we saw the other one. I do not know how to tell male from female turtles. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a chance that swallows could... I mean, presumably a lot of birds will eat bits of gravel. They, maybe they have evolved to start using some sort of a concrete for nest building materials. It kind of makes sense since they nest on so much concrete around here, bridges and overpasses. Maybe they've realized that they can add structural integrity to their mud nests by adding gravel. Sorry for the brief black screen, I was a little clumsy with my switching. Shell shape and tail length. This one had a shorter tail than the first one we saw. So I may have to brush up on my turtle sexual dimorphism. Okay, yeah, so that would make sense. So if that's the case, we could say, oh, Crow is worked up about something. which always perks my ears up, because sometimes that can mean raptor defense. Yeah, I do need to get some more crow content on here. Occasionally, I think one or two of these streams I've started with some crows hanging out around the entrance to the park. But I need to stock out, especially this time of year. I love, one of my favorite things is watching groups of crows late spring, early summer, when the juveniles are around, because they're so curious, and juvenile young crows can have kind of blue eyes, which is fun. And I just love, I mean, like, juvenile crows, juvenile raptors, juvenile birds in general are so fun to watch. Alright, we're coming up on the big bridge. Check around there. Ooh. Got a few pizza. Gonna try to get one of these. There's some larger, darker dragonflies. They're just flying around. Maybe when we get to the creek, we'll find a spot where they're resting, but so I don't know them. I kept meaning to look up. I feel like the damselfly that perched on my arm that I tried to get on camera but couldn't. I feel like that I could retroactively ID. It's just a really, really bright blue damselfly. Just landed right on my forearm. So I was watching the nest. Yeah, and I wonder even with, because lots of biting insects use smell to find people. A lot of times even like the carbon monoxide from your breath can attract animals, so I wonder if there's something appealing about animal scents to even non-biting insects. Not human biting insects. Okay, we are at the big bridge. So again, we've had multiple reports of nest activity going on around this bridge, but there's so much foliage. Because things right now in general are pretty green, but on the creek banks even more wildly so. So I'm mainly going to use my ears here. Listen for hummingbird chittering. Also, wheezy gnatcatcher calls. All I'm hearing though is distant Carolina wren, distant tufted titmouse, some nearby cardinal chipping. Hey, at 21. I am at the frequented nature park on the north side, where I've been watching the hummingbirds. They have fledged though and are being elusive now that they're independent and presumably feeding themselves to some degree. So they weren't even hanging around the nest today. We'll check again on the way out after we do this loop, but right now we've heard reports of another hummingbird being active by this bridge, as well as a possible blue-gray gnatcatcher nesting. Hoping to hear some more buntings out here too, but haven't heard any of the gnatcatcher or seen any hummer sightings. Hear that cardinal right behind me. I was hoping there was another cardinal that was out more out in the open. I was thinking about trying to get on cam, but may have dipped. No, it's just kind of low. Getting more humanitis moving into the park. As pizzas want to say. Oh. Let's see if I can get these guys. Some brown-headed cowbirds right in front of me. Oh my gosh, really? So that branch right there had a female and a juvenile cowbird on it. And I'm all the way zoomed out, so they were super close to me. Okay, we should be back. Don't know what happened there. Okay, we do have our first bunting sound, and I may have just seen it. Alright, we're gonna do some bunting hunting. Maybe redeem ourselves from that LSD trip we took last time we saw him. But yeah, Amber, glad you could join today. So I saw a little bird fly down the trail this way, but now I'm hearing, I think, painted bunting to the right. So which way to go? I think our signal's been better over this way before. Got some good clouds today for sure. Oh good, Amber, you got some indigo bunting action? So what I'm hearing is a painted bunting. Now it's behind me. So I should have done what Pizza suggested and just went both ways at the same time. Or I should have just gone the way that I actually saw a bird of the right size moving. So now I just heard a call that sounds more like indigo. I did see a painted bunting at my friend Corley's yesterday, which was fun. And heard a summer tanager. That was one that I wasn't that familiar with the song, had to cheat and use Merlin bird ID. See, that song sounds more indigo to me, even though it doesn't have the 3-note thing at the end. I don't know the songs that well. I typically just rely on the painted bunting being a little bit more frenetic and all over the place. Kind of sounds more like a house finch song. I still need to see some lazuli buntings, Pizza. I theoretically could get a stray here. It's not too vagrant if it shows up here, but haven't yet. Except for that false alarm with the juvenile blue grosbeak. I think there may be 2 this way, so I'm going to go back the way I went first and turned around because I wasn't hearing anything. This is the better direction for me light-wise anyway. I'm getting close to it. Just a matter of if it's going to give me a line of sight on it. See, now I'm second guessing myself on all the songs. That's sounding more indigo to me, but it doesn't have the little repeated 3 notes at the end of it. It's right here. Yeah, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it. We got this, we got this. As long as I stay calm. As long as it doesn't move and I stay calm, we should be good. Got him. I'm going to turn off the mic and try to turn it so you can see him a little better. I may try to readjust where the tripod is too. I'm going to readjust the tripod real quick. Hopefully you can hear him better now. Hey Sarosa, thank you for following. So, Ren and Lucy, this is an indigo bunting. Yep, green herring sky. So I feel like here's where I have to make the standard disclaimer that for Maiko and other people in the other hemisphere, our buntings here are not that closely related to buntings in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Our buntings are actually in the same larger family as cardinals and grosbeaks. Yeah, it's staying very chill. So I'm also kind of getting lucky because I've kind of just got a little window through the leaves, and he's obviously putting on a show right now. A very good day for bluebirds. Our most accommodating birds so far have been the eastern bluebird and this indigo bunting. But yeah, unfortunately, because it's so high, all we've got is this blue sky background against it. It would be nice if we had some luck like pizza and got it perching on some mustard or something. Get that contrast. That would be gorgeous. I'm also going to keep my eyes open because if there are any females in the area responding to this might be our best time to see some movement from them, because they're much more subdued, more of a brown with some ruddy tones to it. But they're also very gorgeous. We've seen a female painted bunting on stream before. Oh yeah, Geyser, I'm not complaining. This is a great view. I'm trying to get it a little more centered. Failing at that. Hear a red-shouldered hawk somewhere back there too. So the harsh call in the background's the red-shouldered hawk, and you might hear a soft mourning dove call too. Alright. I knew it wasn't going to stay forever. I want to see what this red-shouldered hawk is up to. So Rosa 48, thank you again for following. Also for redeeming your anthropomorphization license. You are now totally licensed and free to talk about any of these birds like you talk about a human. Project emotions onto them, etc., etc. Welcome in, and I hope you're doing well. I feel like I probably should have reminded people about the anthropomorphization license, because I feel like we did end up doing some of that earlier with our turtle friends. I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing a red-shouldered hawk. I'm hearing chickadees and the wren over here. Okay, I'm gonna switch the mic back around so you can hear me a little better. We'll check the creek. Again, this is our spot. We've been hoping to find great horned owl, but I've had no luck with that. Now I'm finally hearing a blue-gray gnatcatcher. Not at the place we were expecting it, but oh, we just spooked a deer that I didn't realize was there. So if you heard some cracking and rustling, I think the people behind me spooked the deer, but it was just 15 feet from me. You hear the little kind of wheezy, whiny sound. That's the blue-gray gnatcatcher. But I'm about to get sandwiched between some walkers, so.
Well, I think probably, bonuses are based on the previous year.
Something flew up in this trees up ahead of me. Oh. Oh. Are we gonna get that lucky again? Are we gonna get that lucky again? We're not, because there's people coming up behind me.
Do you mind if
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. No worries.
I'm admiring the flowers that is just beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful flowers. Okay, I don't know that we're going to get this one on camera. But, first of all, thank you, California Burbs, for your resubscription. It is much appreciated. Somebody wants to do a quick exclamation point SO. Wild if I get this guy back on camera. I mean, the bunting I was pretty, but there were only a couple people. I think there were only a couple of people that are here. Just the other day we got a yellow-billed cuckoo on stream up while we were watching the hummingbird nest. And there's one right up here. I don't know if it's gonna, like I say, I was super shocked to get one on camera because I've only seen them a handful of times. They're very sneaky birds. But all this other noise you're hearing, well, you're still hearing the indigo bunting, probably the same one we just saw. Then there's the wheezy noise, that's the blue-gray gnatcatcher. I kind of want to just see if that cuckoo's going to vocalize, because it's up in a big oak tree in front of me. Okay, audio should be back. I had to do battery switch on camera. But yeah, so there's this yellow-billed cuckoo. I think it's still on this tree in front of me. So we've still got our indigo bunting we just saw back behind us, and our blue-gray gnatcatcher going right here. I haven't seen it yet. And I was really hoping we might hear the cuckoo vocalize, because I'm used to hearing them much more than I see them. But I may not get either. It started right by me in this tree up here, and unfortunately that was right as I was getting passed by a couple trail walkers. And now I'm getting distracted and wanting to spot the blue-gray gnatcatcher. While we're waiting, we might see some pollinator action here. Alright, do we have any plant ID folks here? I need to move a little bit because there's somebody else coming. Honey. Adjust the exposure a little bit more to get you more accurate colors there. Yeah, that's better. So I do not know what these plants are. I feel like I looked something up in a field guide recently, an online little PDF sort of thing. And I'm trying to find a little bee. I don't know where my bee friend went though. It was on one of these. So I think what I just had a brain jog. I think what I was trying to figure out, I wanted to look at the leaves of these because I think I saw someone saying something similar to this was wild bergamot. So pizza, would a wild bergamot be a common name for something along those lines too? Or is it just a look-alike that I found online? Yes! I at least can nail the common name sometimes. Alright, I see one of my bees. But it's hard to know which flower to focus on through the camera because they all look the same. We've got a couple bees actually. Looks like a bumblebee here. So yeah, maybe hummers will show up here. Okay, I'm trying to get one of these. Let's go wide. Find bumblebee. There we go. Pick a plant, bumblebee. Ah. It's actually coming closer to us. Doesn't want to pick a flower though. So there was also a smaller, not a honeybee, but like a native bee that I was trying to get in. Now it's toying with getting too close to actually focus on. But let's also look at this guy. Howdy. Oh, and of course so that was a different, so our little, yeah, so that was a different bee, and it kind of chased off our our little butterfly. But I have some of the smaller bees down here too. I'm kind of just waiting for one to settle into one of the flowers. Guess I can widen back out in preparation of moving camera. Because yeah, there are, like I say, there's at least 3 species of bees out here right now. At least. There's one right in front of me, but I think it's, yeah. So we get a problem that there are definitely multiple options for all of these. So we've got at least 2 kinds. I think there's actually 2 different kinds of bumblebee, and then a couple of other smaller bees. Oh, this one is so gorgeous looking. I want it to land. See, that's the fun thing about branching out into stuff like insects, is you have to have like entire long guides just for like families. Like, you know, you might get like be able to do like find like a, you know, cool like one sheet like the sparrows of, you know, the sparrows of the central United States, and get a little rundown of that in a couple pages. And then it's like the bees of the same area is going to be like 3 books. Pookie, I really would have to probably like go back and frame by frame it to see what we actually got of that. So, no skipper. So I really just need to find some lazy resting bee that I can get focused in on. And those are always super cute if you can find a bee that's just like sleeping inside of a flower. That's always super great. Oh. So now I'm hearing what may be a painted. Okay, watching where he goes, There is a painted bunting pretty high up. There's at least 2 of them because there's one still singing across the creek. Are we gonna have a double bunting day? Fingers crossed, maybe. So I caught a glimpse of it, and the painted buntings are easy to spot the males just at a glance. So there's an indigo across the creek now. That may be what I was hearing. 1 indigo and 1 painted. And the painted is on this side now. Not vocalizing though, just the indigo. We just have to wait and listen for a second. Because where the painted flew across the creek to our side was like right above where I am right now. Yeah, blue grosbeak to fill out our bluebirds. We could get a blue jay too, different family. But yeah, the grosbeak's in the same family as well, no, I use family kind of colloquially, but a lot of times I'm not. They're all in cardinalidae, or however the Latin name for the cardinals, grosbeaks, buntings, and allies. So yeah, they're the closest to the bluebirds that are actually related are the blue grosbeaks, and the indigo buntings here. Bluebirds, not that closely related. Blue jays, even less so. Yeah, if this painted bunting is not going to be vocal in this thickness, I don't know how to really track. Kind of collapsing my tripod legs down for now. No, you're fine, thank you. Okay. Can I get it? We actually have one of our dragonflies actually chilling out for a second. I think this is one we've seen. Can I get it with the hover cam? We'll see. Not a great angle. I'll widen out and see if I can get a better line on it. Try to get more of an overhead look. I lost it. There we go. Oh. Maybe get a better look at it now though, actually. Now it's in the shadows. that was the perfect view, but it wasn't in focus. Yeah, it was tricky there in that lighting situation. We'll give it one more go here. Okay, see, I was pretty sure we'd seen that one. Okay, common whitetail. And the female. Might as well get a little better look at it. See how pretty she is. Yeah, I think 12 spotted when we'd seen those before, because I think I'd even told you I thought we saw a 12 spotted skimmer, and then I think it turned out to be that common whitetail, like that one. Such subtle distinctions. Yeah, we're very close to a hospital. So sirens and also Metaflight helicopters are often sounds on the stream when we're here. Yeah, hopefully we won't have any sirens coming for us. I mean, at least if I do something like I'm not paying attention and slip into the creek, you know, which is, you can't really see the drop off that well. There's like a 40-foot drop off to the creek around most of this area. We'll try to avoid that. At least it's a quick ride to the hospital, right? Okay, damselfly. Damselfly time. This one's different than the one I landed on me. That's on camera, right? Yeah. Well, we're zoomed out. Oh. Sorry, I had to stop myself from randomly wobbling the camera around. Ooh, so we saw our first dancer. And dancers taking flight. Yeah, and then I was like, I should switch back to the face cam because I started to do, I know it's always California Burb's favorite thing too, where I kind of randomly just start waving the telephoto lens around. Nauseating. Because we had another flyby by, yeah, turkey vultures. But again, when there's this many trees around, it's like it flies through and then in 2 seconds it's you can't get a line of sight on it. A powdered dancer, perhaps. Okay. Have another siren, as well as indigo bunting going back out. Oh, woodpecker there. Good. I'm glad I've been able to help everybody keep their lunch or breakfast or dinner down. Okay, so if you're newly here, we checked for the newly fledged hummingbirds first thing on stream. Had no activity from them around the nest. Checked the hummingbird feeders briefly, and have kind of been looking around for hummingbird plants. We just found our best hummingbird plant option that we found so far. It obviously hasn't been active while we're there. So the question is, and this may be worth a poll. So if we have a mod that wants to volunteer to make a poll, just make sure you don't both end up making one. We can do a poll where see if folks want me to go back and check closer to close to the nest area to see if they show back up. There's still a chance that they could be more active in that area. So check back on Hummer Nest area or keep exploring back of park. Because we can keep looking for, again, we could find maybe some other potential food sources for them. Oh. Okay, let's... Yeah. I hope you joined just in time to see me, fumble my... We're out now. Again. Okay, I'm gonna move. I blame Deadlick. Mark shows up. My stream goes to crap. But did any of that Carolina wren show at all? So I had a good line on the Carolina wren finally. But yeah, everybody should check Deadlick out. A fun variety of things. Stream. Like, I love people who maybe stuff with the stream itself. And he seems like a decent guy. Wren, or the Carolina wren. Let's look at a popular bird of the stream so far today. Guess who's back? Oh, fish crow behind me. Can you hear it? That crow sounds different than the other ones. That's because it's a fish crow. So here's our indigo bunting again. Ah, screw you. Work right, camera. The very bluest of blues. I can get the exposure comp because it's actually a little bit dark. That's actually the accurate color. And hopefully you can hear him singing. I haven't turned the mic around this time. Yeah, it's like you almost can't even see him against the clear blue sky. And there he goes. You can still hear him. Well, who wants to see me wildly pan around the sky trying to get a flying bird? That's always fun, right? Because we do actually have chimney swifts, but the main thing I was going to try to get is one of the Mississippi kites. It's flying around. First of all, we do not want to have any artificial zoom in. Yeah, this is the widest angle I can get, which is still not that wide. But I don't think my kite's gonna come back this way soon. Come on, kites. I'm gonna find a perched Mississippi kite for y'all at some point. Maybe not today, but. Okay, gonna tighten down my tripod so my camera doesn't fly everywhere. Howdy.
What's the best bird around?
Indigo bunting has been my favorite that I've been seeing so far today. There was just one.
Yeah, I know, sort of.
Yeah, it was just right up there. And it's been singing a lot, so.
That's good.
Yep.
Some kids
What are the flowers?
Do you know what
Here?
they're called?
Those I've been going back and forth on because I'm not sure. I'm trying to brush up on my flowers.
They like them. There's a whole field of them
Yes.
over there.
Yeah, there are a
Some
lot of
kids
them.
just pointed out crossing the bridge. They said, "Look down there." And there's a deer
along
sleeping in
there.
the grass or
Oh,
watching
that's
us,
great.
but real hidden well. The kids did a good
yeah.
spot.
I'll keep
Yeah,
my
they
eyes
got
out
to be
too.
some kind of button daisy or something.
Something like that. Yeah, they're very good. You see the purple flowers back
Yes.
along in there?
Yes.
So that was something, I couldn't nail down exactly what species, but it's some kind of like a wild bergamot. And there were tons of bees and stuff when I was over watching there. Got some good pictures.
We're
Nice.
from central Illinois and we got a little bit of ground. And we've been trying to reintroduce flowers
Some
to that
native
area,
plants and
but
stuff,
you
yeah.
know, it's,
Pollinators.
Yeah.
it's kind of cool.
That's the
Try
way
to
to do
raise
it.
some bees and get them going in the area.
Very cool.
Yeah, this is a nice place.
It is. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, so flower in question. Which again, it's like the weird stuff where it's like, I know I should know what these are because they kind of got that black-eyed Susan-y look. But we've looked at them before and I forget what we decided. Oh, great crested flycatcher is calling. But it's these. They have the same sort of, they're not all this color obviously, but these ones have the same sort of color that come, those sunsetty red and yellows that come on the Indian blanket, but that weird so you call them Ferna. I've heard that name before because there's and I don't know if they're different. So you've got different markings. So you've got, those are kind of the standard ones, and then we've got okay, we're gonna get our Mississippi kite here, I think. Come on, bud. Oh! Hummingbird. Dang it. Sorry, I just got distracted by 8 things at once. Okay, prairie coneflower is what I've heard them called then. Yeah. So there's the ones that are the red with the yellow-orange tips and orange with the yellow tips, and then some that are just straight yellow-leaved. But yeah, prairie coneflower is what I've heard. And while I'm doing that, I'm trying to see if I can get one of the Mississippi kites that's kind of doing a hover above me. And then literally had hummingbird with it, you know, do kind of a curve around me about 6 feet away from me and headed off that way. So now I'm at a loss of what to do. Did we ever end up, I heard the hummingbird. And I forgot to ask if we ever did a poll. Are people wanting me to go back towards the front where the nest was? While I'm waiting, I might as well try to see if this oh, it's gonna fly right over me. And downy woodpecker. I'm pumped that I think you guys should have been able to hear the fish crow pretty well. Of course, if you're on, you know, Dr. WD-40, if you're on his streams much, that you're used to hearing fish crows because they're more common there. And I'm doing the thing again where I'm like trying to pay attention to 18 different things. There are Mississippi kites, just not in a good spot for me. My indigo bunting keeps tempting me back. The great crested that I just heard. I'm torn a million ways. Okay. I'm at least gonna get moving a little bit. See if we see something else. Which means tripod legs go. Some fun little insect sound that I don't recognize. Oh, there's some Indian blanket over here that I should have shown while I had the chance. We'll find some more at some point. Had a pigeon fly over. Not used to seeing those around here. But them flying over makes sense because they're all around the area. Just not really their sort of habitat here in the park. So what are we thinking? Do we swing back by the nest site? Are there any things that I've teased today, like Mississippi kites or painted buntings, that you should want me to really chase after? Or just general exploring? Yonder meaning just continued exploration to parts unseen, at least today. We haven't been over this other side in a while. No worries, pizza. Well, we're about to be by Big Bridge. So we'll cross back over Big Bridge, but make the long loop around maybe. Yeah, usually I've had green herring and pookie both make mods, but I don't know why they would be at all distracted right now. Is somebody else streaming or something? Are they not fully dedicated to the Sethley stream? I kid, I kid. I know, I did see Doc, notification that Doc went live, Dr. W40. Great stream, you should pop over there and check up on him too. And Pookie's a mod over there, and Green Herring is quite the regular. No, I think we're good. I think we're just gonna do a long loop, go back the other way to get back to the bridge. Take our time. Do kind of the middle ground. So the ruby-throated that looped around me back here was a female. Couldn't tell anything beyond that. Or it could have been a young one, but looked full grown. Right. Regular is not usually a term applied to green herring. Maybe I should have said he is a regular. Okay, so we're kind of at a field area. Do I try for the Mississippi kite? Do I see if the Mississippi kite lands? And then try. Trying to track him. There are some good dead limb trees where one could, if a kite wished to take a rest. There are some good places around here. So I'll probably wait until we get a clearer shot than that. I really want to find like a high elevation place because there's some fairly urban areas where they're active. So it's like maybe I could even find like a parking garage or something to get more of an eye level view, because that would definitely help with tracking them. But yeah, if I want to give myself the failure opportunity at some point though. Getting some nice sweaty hair. So we do have some more yeah, we do have some more of our wild bergamot stuff over here. Not a high concentration as over there, but my favorite thing, mostly assume that I'm going to fail at something, but just wing it. And usually I don't end up doing the thing that I wanted to do well, but sometimes I end up accidentally doing something else, it's alright. Kind of like streaming. Just saying, hey, just do it. Just start doing it. So I definitely have the tendency to overthink things and to get into that paralysis of that. So kind of just pulling the trigger and saying I'm going to do it was the only way that I was ever going to get started. Start to hear some running water as we get near the shallow, rocky part of the river where you can cross. I don't think I'm going to cross though today, because that takes us back to that other side of the creek where we were on the other side. You can see a little bit of the flowing water behind me. Hearing more gnatcatcher. They've been maybe the bird that I've heard the most today, and I've yet to see one. Let's get way back in the bright sun. Okay. Might risk a kite attempt, because I have two up here. And they're kind of going along the tree line, which will help me actually with focusing. 3, 4, 3 total. Stay wide. Let's give it a shot. So there's a dive. Try to get back over here. Need to kind of get my phone mount out of the way a little bit, because it's kind of cramping my style. Back on the prowl. So they can, like, again, because they've got these like really pointy, like I said, they're definitely hawks in the hawk family, not falcons, but they've got these kind of falcony, really pointed wings for really fast maneuvering. And like I said, they're catching insects in flight. So they gotta be quick. Now they're right towards the sun, so I'm not gonna try to blind y'all. Yeah, they've kind of moved around to where the sun is, so I can't even see them because I get blinded too. So let's switch back. Like I say, I'll find a perched one, but I feel like we got a couple, at least brief glimpses of what those kites are like in flight. Yeah, you get to see me really start to get sweaty face today, especially with this bad arrangement of my face cam, where it's actually closer than my tripod is. So we do have some more good plants. I'll give you kind of a might hear mallard in the background. We'll take a look at him too. We do have another indigo bunting over here somewhere. But we have a lot more of those plants, the purple plants we were seeing before, wild bergamot stuff, down on the banks. Let me see what I can actually show you with the main cam. Our yeah, absolutely, Wildcats. Thank you for joining us. So here's the stream, and like I say, we've got a lot more of those plants on the bank of the stream.
Am I wrong?
And then we've got kites flying all up above us now, of course, tempting me. But I was going to say, we also have one of my favorite plants around right now. We have thistle. And I'm not really sure, there's a couple different thistles that we have around here. I'm not really sure how to differentiate them. I should figure that out at some point. We do have some more coneflower, prairie coneflower around here. But yeah, there's some of here's some unopened thistle. Not seeing many bugs over here right now though. We're almost getting a hover out of these kites. If I can get my phone out of the way again. Well, there's another split second of kite action. Yeah, so Pookie, I feel like all swifts kind of have that same sickle crescent moon shaped wing profile that's really distinct. And they kind of, again, they kind of have they're obviously different. They do those little quick flutters of their wings, but some of their movement and their speed, you know, they basically kind of are filling a similar niche to other pointy winged things like Mississippi kites, and also like swallows have kites, other insectivorous kites, but also like nighthawks. So nighthawks also have these really narrow, even narrower, pointier wings. Let's see. That's a weird looking kite, huh? Oh, dang it. Didn't switch the cam in time. We had right by the Mississippi kite. We had a great egret. Had a great egret fly over and it was flying right by the Mississippi kite and looked pretty cool. But I didn't switch because I have 2 presses to switch cams. Alright. Tighten everything down. Don't want stuff flopping on us. Get a move on it. So the other thing that's killing me is I need to really find some good spots, or at least a good spot where I can get out and do some proper prairie birding. Because I went out last week, just on an evening after work. Took my camera, did some good, you know, find some dickcissels, meadowlarks, all the open field stuff that I love. But it's just so hard to find good places, you know. I mean, I can definitely find some farmland that I probably have a pretty good chance of getting a signal at, but I'd also like to find some stuff with some native tall grass and stuff. But yeah, just getting outside of town a little bit would be great. But cell signal wise, it's just so dicey right now. So here, I promise we get a chance to show this. We've got some more thistle over here. But also the state wildflower. Common name, Indian blanket. And it's also mixed in. This is a a lot of the leaves we're seeing here are actually a different plant, kind of spiky actually. This stuff right here, which you're not really seeing very well. But it's these purpley flower dudes. Because obviously they do some cool stuff with native grass restoration, which there still is a lot of Johnson grass in some of these areas that they've restored to some degree, because it's kind of a constant uphill battle. Yeah, we need to restore more native cell towers to the prairies. Native cell tower prairies. Ooh, some cardinals. For a second I thought maybe summer tanager, but the red was more cardinal red. Yeah, so it's interesting that you mentioned potato relative. I wondered about that, and obviously I'm not going to eat one. But can I find where I saw it? It wasn't very easy to show on camera, so I didn't, but there are, back in here, some kind of, little fruiting body type things that almost look like green tomatoes. So that would make sense. When you say usually deadly, I assume you mean from eating, and not that I should expect to go into some sort of shock from touching it just now. I am close to the hospital, so just let me know. Here comes our egret. Oh, snow, that's snowy. So a different egret than the great egret that flew by. Okay, good. I'm not gonna mess myself up just touching him. I'm really surprised I haven't got a bad case of poison ivy this year. This park isn't terrible with poison ivy, generally, but at the lake, there's lots of places that have tons of it. Because yeah, usually I get at least one good case of poison ivy, I feel like. Although I feel like it's kind of how susceptible I am to it, or how bad my reaction is to it. Seems to have maybe tempered a little bit. I never got it when I was a little kid, even though I was around it all the time. Around puberty is when I started having reactions to it. It's poison ivy. And had some bad cases. But it feels like I haven't, just been catching as bad of cases, and maybe it's just because I'm more careful. Or maybe it's because I'm not quite as allergic to it as I used to be. A lot of cardinals singing over here. Some more gnatcatchery sounds too. Our snowy egret could have landed over at this part of the creek too, so keep my eyes out for him. Oh, he wants to see a tiger beetle. Let's look at a tiger beetle. This is informal bug day. I'm going low, so let me know if that LSDs me. Video goes wild. So I don't want to make it fly away. Party. Pardon me. How you doing? Okay, so those people walking through may have... I didn't see it flee or take flight. But I'm just going to kind of keep my eyes towards the ground. See if I can spot it or another one. Dang. Just bad timing. Yeah, they run. They're runners. They can run very quickly. They are so shiny. So, I know there are more tiger beetles than this. I feel like I mostly see festive tiger beetles. Can't remember the species name, obviously, because I don't know any insect species names, really. But the common name for the one I've mostly seen is a festive tiger beetle, which are very pretty. Scotty. And there are so many gnatcatchers making noise right now. Can you guys hear this? That little easy beezy. And cardinals, obviously. Yeah, I'm gonna re-walk that part of the path just in case that tiger beetle stuck around somewhere. If you've never seen a tiger beetle, or if you didn't know what a tiger beetle is, if you see a little iridescent, long, little, shiny, bejeweled thing running around, it might be a tiger beetle. I think tiger beetle may have actually been one of the things that I knew growing up. I just never really had a name for. And then like playing Animal Crossing, being like, oh yeah, I've seen something kind of like that. But yeah, as Pizza says, apparently I didn't know there were that many. I knew there were a lot of tiger beetles here, but there've been like, what did you say, 38? Yeah, 38 species reported in Oklahoma. Obviously, way fewer than that are going to be common. Like I say, I know I've seen at least a couple because of there's a lot that are kind of just a green sheen, and then the festive tiger beetle that I pegged for the one that I saw last time I took some photos of one. actually has kind of a lot of different colors going on depending on the angle you look at them. Thanks, pizza. I'll have to check that out. I need to just get a proper folder going together of all these, because it's like I've downloaded several, you know, guides to everything from like tree identification. I think I downloaded a Lepidoptera ID guide. But I just kind of need to start getting all the pertinent stuff and putting it all in a folder together for quick reference. Because it ends up being some stuff on my phone, some stuff on my laptop. Back at the big tall part of the creek. The 30-foot drop isn't quite obvious from that angle, but and you can see where, you know, we always see lots of these trees like this, because the trees that grow on the banks are moving all the time. And so like half of the trees on this side, you know, have partially exposed roots as the ground washes away, and then eventually they fall in the creek. And yeah, pizza, that's gradually happening. Trying to limit to non-physical stuff when I can, although some books are just so great as physical objects in addition to having lots of good knowledge. I've actually been wanting, you might have a good idea, I've been wanting to get a good bird guide type resource that's very heavy on kind of habitat behavior descriptive information. It's like I feel like I don't really need like a visual ID guide as much. I feel like, especially because my camera is so much a part of my birding, and I get into a place where, common stuff I can do easily. If it's something unusual, usually I can figure it out, especially if I can get some reference photos. But I feel like what I'm really kind of wanting out of a guide is more like descriptions of like basically kind of behavior, life cycle, kind of more nitty-gritty details about the details of the way the bird acts, where a bird might be, more of that stuff, like less of like the visual identification stuff. And I know that some guides lean more towards that than others. Obviously, it makes for a longer, bigger guide. But I've never had any of the kind of the big traditional guides. The only physical guides I've ever had were like, the National Geographic Birds of North America This is what I had as a kid. But I need to do some digging and kind of see what kind of good general resource that'll give me lots more information about. How the birds live. Okay, so there's a specific, because that's one of the things, like I said, I've never had any Sibley guide. And I know that there are multiples, so okay, so if there's one specifically about life, bird life and behavior, that sounds like kind of what I'm looking for. Gotcha. So I'll have to scope that out. So I think that's the thing I find, like, you know, when it's like I'm going to a new area or just want to know more about a bird that I've seen or a bird that I see less frequent, you know, like cuckoos. Like, it was so fun to read more about cuckoo habitat behaviors, all of that stuff. Since it's a bird that I know is around and I hear sometimes and I see even more rarely. You good? But yeah, I've been able to do that sort of research. Because the more I bird, that's the stuff I get more interested in. It's like watching birds for more extended periods, for longer periods of time. Might try to get this female cardinal stays chill. I haven't had enough female cardinal action on stream in a while. No, she's gonna fly. Oh, male's chasing after her. At least get the male on. Of course, did the thing as soon as I get him framed up. He goes, but we got him back. Hang on. And as soon as I do it again, he goes. Two of them fighting it out right here. So we've got one here. We'll zoom in on this guy, see if he stays. There's two of them clearly beefing a little bit. It's too much zoom. Too much. He may have chased the other male off. So probably where I'm going to get into trouble too, Pizza, is species-specific books. So there's a recent dedicated guide to Cooper's hawks that I've been looking for a good deal on a used copy of, because it just came out a few years ago. How's it going? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, so there's this, I forget the exact name of it, but it's a really legit looking book all about Cooper's hawks, which are one of my favorites and one of the birds I've spent the most time with because I got to watch a nesting pair for a couple of years. And yeah, it's like I kind of want that level of in-depth knowledge. But yeah, clearly if I start collecting, you know, hardcover books for each species of bird I like, that's going to get pretty intense pretty quick. Let's see if I can follow this cardinal pair a little bit. Kind of blustery. I lost him. Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's a good, like, even for stuff as like specialized as raptors, you know, you don't get that for everything, which they typically get a lot of attention and study. But there's also the fact that, you know, like, especially if it's not a common study species, and a lot of times that means, you know, not in North America, UK, in terms of where the research bias is a lot of times. Because there's so many. I mean, there's literally thousands of species where the written descriptions of their information, especially behavior, just doesn't exist. You know, maybe there's a paragraph somewhere. Hopefully now you can really hear the gnatcatcher has just been like almost constant everywhere I've went. There's some chickadee. Yeah, so some of that's chickadee sounds, but there was also a little hint of a gnatcatcher, which sometimes I'm probably mishearing some of the similar sounds. Getting that confirmation bias. Yeah, that's the thing too, is just that there's a lot of stuff in other languages that just doesn't get the translation. Yeah, I can believe that, especially, I mean, in general, yeah, camera tool. I believe that. I've been loving seeing your pictures of your crew there. I don't know that I've really seen. I'm sure some of those get to southern Oklahoma. I think they're too far. We've got a couple more damselflies. One that looks kind of like the one that we saw earlier, and another one that looks a little smaller and plainer. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get the camera on them. Yeah, that's wild too when you get to stuff, especially just with how much herps overlap with the pet trade. You know, it's like, that's the thing that sucks, is when you're like, it's gotten better, especially for birds, because for a long time it was like so much of the info that was publicly available about birds and stuff, and I still run into this stuff when I'm looking for specific things. You know, with birds a lot of times it's, you know, hunting. It's waterfowl, it's game birds basically that you get all the stuff on. The same way, you know, if you start doing web searches for insects, you get all this SEO optimized, search optimized stuff that points to pest control. Yeah, and then with herps, so much of it goes back to pet trade stuff. Nobody's up in the tower, so I might as well get some more steps in, because I'm hearing a bird in trees up here. Now we're up in the canopy. Again, that same gnatcatchery sound, keep hearing, but not seeing today. And then I was just talking about the damselfly, and I don't know if it flew away before it probably got on camera. There's one right here. Set the camera down for a sec, I need some more coffee. And I'm hoping maybe this gnatcatcher will hop right into view right in front of us. Oh, first sweat drop. Droplet of the day. The gnatcatchers move around so much it's hard to even like try to pinpoint where the sound is coming from. We do have some good tree identification stuff for slippery elm, eastern cottonwood, bur oak, western soapberry, eastern redbud, and hackberry. Most of what we got here, let's see, oak, elm. It's mostly oak and elm. There is a hackberry right beside us too. Which is one that I always forget. Had another buffer moment, so I'll have to see how that did the high CPU usage. So let me know if the video breaks up a little bit there. We should have a good signal here. Way up in the air. And I'm still trying to figure out what the high CPU usage situations are, because I'm not doing anything different. And yesterday I tracked my CPU temperature and clock speeds, and it was pretty smooth throughout stream. But that was also, you know, only streaming for a little over an hour. So as it keeps going prolonged, that might be a factor. Now my gnatcatcher is being quiet. I didn't want that. I wanted him to come say hi. Okay, let's swing back by the hummingbird feeders and then the bridge with the nest. See what's going from there. Yeah, do I need to get a little hat brim feeder? Yeah, they're very nasally sounding here. That's just kind of how I assumed they always sound with that bird accents are a thing. Oh, you're good, you're good.
You got a hold of something.
Is that? I think that's a water snake. I think it's a plain-bellied water snake. I've seen them around here a lot, and that looks like what I've seen coming out of the water.
You feeling for personal?
Yeah, just for fun. So yeah, it's got something. I mean, it seems like it. I mean, I'm wondering if it's got a hold of something, but it's too big for it to pull out. And if it does have something that's kind of struggling, it might just wait for it to just wait it out. Because if it's not moving, it won't burn energy. Just wait for whatever it is to stop wriggling and
photography too, and video.
A little bit of everything. I do some live streaming, some photo. Usually, like bird photography is kind of my main thing. But I'll just come around and do a walk. Sometimes I'll stream so friends can can watch.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been wanting to get into photography, but I don't know, like, kind of get a camera or get camera.
Right. It's tough. I mean, because you can go. If you want to, or if you get carried away, you can spend so much money on it.
Yeah.
I've usually just buying used gear. Yeah, buying used gear. It just depends if you want to like be able to shoot a bunch of different kinds of stuff and want to be able to change lenses. But it's not a bad time to get into it because there's a lot of good stuff that's pretty. I mean, I think I spent getting started with my setup. I spent $600, something like that, on lens and used camera. And then if you just pick out something you like, then it's like if you want to upgrade your camera body, you can do that. If you want to get a different kind of lens, you can do that.
Yeah, my sister had a little night camera, a little bit. We got kind of like it, so I was doing photography for birds. I was wanting to get into more wildlife photography.
Yeah, it's fun, and you've got a lot of if you do duck hunting, you've got a lot of good skills for it, because that's a lot of it. Getting out there early, getting low and hidden. I've been actually thinking about getting a floating blind to do some nature photography stuff on. I've done some photography in kayaks before, but yeah, usually I spend more time around Lake Hefner and out at Stinchcombe. But there was a hummingbird nest that I've been watching here, so I've been here for the last couple of weeks. The babies just left the nest and are flying around, so I haven't even seen them today. But yeah. Yeah, that would be super cool. I've always wanted to see them, nesting, or even, because like everybody always loves the videos of them leaving the nests when the babies just like plop out and drop out of the trees. Yeah, but I've never found any of them nesting. I usually see Stinchcombe. Have you guys been out to Stinchcombe? You know where that is? It's like a whole wildlife reserve. And they actually do let people hunt out there for ducks. But it's like Lake Overholser, kind of Bethany. Basically it's just straight north of Overholser across the highway. It's just kind of where the river goes through, and there's wetlands, and it's yeah. They actually have blind sites that you can reserve out there too. But yeah, that's usually where I see most wood ducks I see. Although I've seen there was a female, and I think she was probably injured or something, because there was a female wood duck that was just hanging out with like the mallards that stay there year round at Hefner. And usually in those cases it's because they got a bad wing or something and just end up relying on people feeding them and stuff. It's kind of sad, but yeah, it does. Yeah, I need to get down there. A lot of the bird watching people go down there a lot, but I never have.
We got a bunch of watchtowers out there. We like to go out there and scout for the ducks. Sit on the watchtower with our binoculars and look at all the birds. It's crazy. One time we went out there, we had 20,000 birds.
I believe it. Uh-huh.
Somehow it ended up evacuating.
Yeah.
People all over the country going over to look at it.
Yeah, we get some weird stuff like that occasionally. Tulsa has been, they've had some limpkins that are usually, you know, you can find them like in like South Texas or southern Florida. But there's a pair of them that ended up in Tulsa.
And that's probably
Yeah, you'll have a good one. Oh, hey guys. Hey. Hey fellas. It's crawling over the rock towards you. It's got a mouse. Oh, is it a frog? I didn't get a good look at it.
that's a frog.
Frog, yeah. That makes more sense for the water snake, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big size snack. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mouse is what I thought at first. It's working its way down the body pretty quick. Just squeezing the muscles down. Yeah, it could have been. I wonder if it was like because if it was a toad in the hole, that would make sense too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some big old carp over there too. I think I'd kind of assumed that light colored one was like a koi or something, but it's possible. All right, yeah. Yeah, so I really did get a close look while I was adjusting the camera and stuff until I was up here and zoomed in, but it did kind of look toady.
be a prairie toad. Absolutely running, Lucy. Yeah, I'd be stretching my jaw too after that workout. Let's get some tongue action. So we can see the bump. This guy looks basically like a meter, a little less than a meter a yard. Get my coffee. Here in a second, we'll probably leave this neck to digest in peace. Oh, while we're waiting here, look, we got another ode. Yeah, we can use a little sneaky metric as a treat. There we go. We'll go from herps to odes. So same relative of the previous one we saw. So most of my ode knowledge is basically of the variety that, you know, if they hold their, if they rest with their wings held out to the side, they're dragonflies, versus a damselfly, where the wings are back together over the back. Hey, just got to watch this guy eat a toad.
What is it?
I think it's a plain-bellied water snake, not 100%, but it was funny. There were a couple other people. It had there's probably just the toads.
Oh, a different year.
So, like the one today is at Parker's.
Oh, okay.
So they're like all over the city.
Do you do wildlife fishing?
Yeah, just started out just kind of doing birding, bird photography, and I do a little bit of A little bit of video, a little bit of live streaming, just kind of messing around with it. It's fun.
Well, hope you find some more cool stuff.
Yeah, thank you. You have a good one. Yeah, so that's super cool. We'll let the snake go on its merry way. Yeah, I was going to try to find this female cardinal. There's a male over here we might potentially get, because we haven't got a really close-up cardinal shot yet. And again, I always try to show cardinals when I can, because those of us in the eastern half of North America, you're kind of used to seeing them. But that doesn't make them any less impressive, and for people who aren't used to seeing them a lot, they're a special treat. So we get a titmouse. Gonna have to change batteries again too, but maybe we'll get a chance to get this titmouse first. Or maybe not. Yeah, I need to do battery swap. Battery time. Audio will die, but we'll be back. Okay, audio should be back. Good. So we did just have another cardinal come through here. Didn't see where it went off to after hopping right in front of us, though. You did. Speaking of people who I try to make sure I remember, really delight in seeing cardinals. So let's get one on. Let me get switched over here. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to relocate slightly because it just hopped over there. We're gonna get it though. Thing is, I really want to get a female cardinal more so than anything. Yeah, because we had one good brief look at a male cardinal today, but the females have still been eluding me. I guess we briefly had two males. And I don't know where that one ended up. Well, we will keep walking. I mean, it makes sense for the females to be more elusive. That's the smart thing to do. Being flashy and out in the open and showing yourself off all the time is a good recipe for getting eaten. I want to put my coffee back in my back pocket, but I want to shut it first so I don't just slosh it everywhere. All right, Wildcats, thank you so much for joining. It's great to have you. Glad you had fun. It is. We're coming up on our first time soon breaking the 4-hour mark. And so I just changed to my third battery. So that battery change we just had would have been the hard time limit that I'd be able to stream. But now with the third battery, I mean, I could theoretically go another hour and a half or whatever. Probably will not get quite that long. But I think we'll break the 4-hour mark today. Oh my goodness! Wildcats, thank you so much for subscribing. It's so kind of you. I appreciate you supporting. Yeah, Pizza, we'll have to see how quickly. I could probably get a faster power bank, but we can see how quickly my USB camera battery charger can charge batteries. Because if I have enough power banks, I can just keep, I can recharge my battery that's spent. And as long as I can recharge one of those batteries, which I know off an AC adapter I can fully charge a camera battery in a couple hours. If I did that, then every time a battery runs dead, while I'm using the other two, I can fully charge the first. So I mean, I should theoretically be able to go maybe forever. Yeah, we could also rely on extension cords. Like I said, I've threatened to do that here because I'm sure there's an outlet. I mean, I literally may actually see an outlet on this building right now. Let's check in on a turtle friend. Hey friend, hey turtle. Yeah, I think that was just me hitting the wrong button. Failure. Just user error there, I think. Switching off of that turtle. But yeah, it'll be fun to be able to recharge batteries on the go. So Camera Tool, is that a charger specifically for your camera batteries? I forget what kind of main cam you run to. Because mine's basically a charger. It's a charger that charges 2 batteries and can be powered over a micro USB cable or a USB-C cable. So I'm curious, I haven't really tried it with a nice USB-C charger brick. You know, giving it a full full couple amps. Seeing how quick it'll charge stuff. So we're basically back at the bridge with the hummingbird nest. There's the bridge. So we'll hop back out there. That's why I didn't really dwell on the turtle, which I think that was a Eastern River scooter, because we should have plenty of turtles active over here by the bridge now. Although the snapping turtles seem to mainly be active early in the morning. Oh, there's a... Oh, we have some catfish out. There's a slider. So I was in a rush trying to get the catfish, and there's some catfish which you haven't seen over here, and one of the snapping turtles, and I ended up breaking stream briefly. No Hummer signs.
what comes up on this side yet. Oh, look, oh, here comes the hungry turtle. Look at how fast he's swimming. He's hungry. I think they're really neat. Crazy. I don't think it's
A little bit down there. Yeah.
Look, he's got a big camera. Taking pictures.
Vlogger branded gizmo. Lots more vlogger branded gizmos these days. Which is good. I mean, it's something people are aware of, and so there's competition for it. A lot of the stuff geared towards vloggers, at least that I see at like discount stores and stuff, seems to probably be pretty flimsy stuff, but sometimes the flimsy stuff works, so for a while it works fine. There goes my phone again. Gotta tighten that knob. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good deal. I guess it makes sense. I mean, so with all these camera battery charger things, it's like as long as you've got the right kind of general circuit. Okay. Fingers crossed we stay on. So that sound, that's male painted bunting singing. There's something small, sparrowy, but I don't know what, in the coneflowers over here. I'm kind of almost more curious about so I think those little brown birds we saw, let me get on the pergola thing, because I think we've got some of our young bluebirds hanging around. So there's one of our bluebirds. That's an adult, it's male. Oh, our sparrow took off. See, it's kind of hard to see and the light's not great right now. Oh, they're so close. Dang it. Couldn't get at the right spot of the path quick enough. Do you have a Phoebe here? Yeah, young Phoebe. So some of these, there are these sparrowy things in the wildflowers and tall grass, but it's like they're staying low, and when they pop up, they're just flying away. And we're kind of shooting through a blade of grass here. There it goes. Went off and caught a bug in midair. Oh, I can widen that back out. That's nice. Didn't have to have you staring right at my face so close. Turkey vulture is way up above me. Okay, is that our Phoebe, or is that one of the sparrowy things? Let's find out. This may be our same Phoebe. Yeah, I think that was our same. And I may have missed that. I think fledgling eastern Phoebe was what we were talking about. It was smaller than a kingbird too. We do have some kingbirds around here. Let's see if we can get it over here again. Should be right down in there somewhere right now. Like I say, we've had some, all these I want to check to see if they should be baby bluebirds over here. Is that right though? No. I thought these would be baby bluebirds. Ah. Because this is where they've been hanging out. Yeah, I think those are just some of the house sparrows coming over there, but I mean the baby, I may be throwing myself off by expecting there to be juveniles. The bluebirds may look mostly grown up now, because now they've got a fresh batch of nestlings. So the first brood may be pretty much full grown now. Yeah, and the house sparrows I always see along the other side of this field, where there's the apartment buildings and then a line of trees. So I'm not used to seeing them come out this far. And my shady area is getting less shady by the minute. I'm kind of curious if those sparrow-looking things I was seeing down in the wildflowers were house sparrows too. I'm hearing the house sparrows too now. The painted bunting moved because it was singing over by where we were, and now it's on the other side of the field. Now that doesn't look like a sparrow though. I say that, let me get it on camera. No, credits are not supposed to be running. There we go, there's a little bit of a comparison. Focus. So we are LSing it. So do we have a pretty impressionistic bluebird scene now? Let's try to move, see if we can get it better. I really want to get that painted bunting, but if we're LSDing right now, that doesn't help. Are we trippy now? Just in case we're not. So daddy and baby. Baby, daddy. Let me try to set up tripod, see if that helps at all. Go back into high mode. High as in not trippy, but high as in vertically high. Green herring, I didn't see that, but they have been banding bluebirds out here. So that would make sense. Let's see if we can get a look. Yeah, our baby's got little yellow bands. Scritches. Sorry for that's a wind shake now. I can't blame that on the wind, that's all me there. There we go. Yeah, so they have been banding some of the babies once they get old enough from these nest boxes. Hopefully Dad will come back and we'll get the side by side. I'm still hearing at least one painted bunting too. I may see if I can spot binocular, keep it on this, keep the camera on this little bluebird, and then see if I can bin spot where our, because if our painted buntings up out in the open on some of these trees back over here would be worth a shot. Sometimes painted buntings come out in the open, as evidenced by the one time I had one right in front of me, and then the video went to crap because the data signal dropped. I mean, that's part of why I was so tuned into those, whatever they were, if they were swallows or something coming down to the gravel path, because I keep on waiting for these paths, because these are like some of the places where there'll be these dirt patches, these open patches where the painted buntings will come down and do displays on the ground, which would be amazing. Yeah, I'll have to look at that bluebird abstract bluebird clip we just had, see how it compares to the, because the painted bunting LSD was very artistic, because you would get like a flash of the painted bunting right between everything. Now I gotta try to get this Phoebe again now. Sorry guys. You focus. Really? My camera really does not like this harsh light. Okay, there's little Phoebe. Okay, now I will slowly get you back over to field full of coneflowers. Baby bloob, daddy bloob.
Focus. Yeah, come on, baby, come get your meal. What's up, little friend? Were you not hungry or what? You not a hungry boy? Yeah, so maybe it wasn't that hungry because Dad showed up with some yummies. Or, widen out a little bit. Come on. Good. I mean, Dad's still got the bug now. It's so strange to see a baby just not begging for the food. Did Dad just take it down? Yeah, I think Dad just said, "Hey, if you're not gonna take it, I'll eat it." Well, and baby flew off too, so maybe baby's been doing some hunting of their own and might not be as dependent, and Dad's just making that assumption in case they're hungry. I'm gonna go try see if, well, I'll listen because I still want to get this painted bunting. Need painted bunting redemption at this point. But I'm not hearing it now, just hearing robins. I should probably get out of the sun too. So now we've come full circle. Back to the woods where we came back the same way and saw the box turtles earlier. I've got at least 2 painted buntings. One to my right, one to my left.
That doubles my chances, right? Surely I'll get one. Yeah, pizza, you and your defeatist math. Statistics. Not really statistics, math probabilities. Okay. Pretty sure I'm narrowing down the direction. Quite certain I know exactly what tree it's in. It's a very leafy tree, unfortunately. Can you guys hear it? There's a distant one. That's him. There's also some house sparrows off here, but that it's all over the place. Good. Hey Rob, how's it going, Songbirder? We're going for a double bunting day. I already got some good looks at an indigo. So trying to get one of these painted. So Songbirder, who just popped in, also streams and does a podcast on birdsong and has been genuinely helpful to me getting a little bit better at doing birdsong ID. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and switch over. There's literally nothing to see on this camera right now. I'm just going to go fully wide. Get in the area. Somewhere up here is where that, oh. Okay, it's still there. I saw a bird fly out of the tree and was like, was that it? No. It wasn't. I'm actually going to move my phone down a little bit in case I need to pan the camera back up. Yeah, now I can get all the way to the top of the tree if I need to. I mean, at this point, we're kind of just optimistically hoping that it hops up on top of a more open branch at this point. So songbirder, what sort of getting out are you about to be doing? I'm going to do a little bit of bino walking from side to side, seeing if changing the angle gives me a peek at something. I feel like the other one's getting, that was over here, is getting closer to us. Yeah, that would be about right, green herring. Very true too, Pookie. Well, songbirder, good luck to you. Hopefully the weather cooperates, and I'll keep an eye out in case you do have a signal and get to go live. This Tuesday is like such a weird spot to LSD for the signal breakup, because I've got it fully extended on the tripod out in the middle of an open field basically. It is going to get too hot here for me, so I may go try to... That other bunting is closer to the shade. Oh, cool, songbirder. Love to see some bluebird content. We just had, I don't know if you were here yet, we just had a curious sight where Daddy Bluebird brought in some food where a fledgling was, and fledgling didn't take it. Fledgling was also banded. Let's see what we got here. Can't tell. Oh. Cool. So you guys do get to band on your trail? So we got that one, pizza. I mean, that's as good as a painted bunting, right? Our painted bunting moved, which is good. That's actually very good. Because if it moved, there's a chance it's more out in the open. It's to my right now. Okay, we'll have to verify that skimmer at some point. I couldn't see, it looked like I saw, I don't know if my app's messing up, it looked like Pizza maybe responded something, but now I'm more intent on seeing, because like I say, our buddy here moved trees, so there's a chance he could be more out in the open. Oh. I see a nice dead tree. Why don't you perch in that one, buddy? Widow skimmer. Alright, I'm gonna try to see if I can get an angle on this guy. I still haven't gotten visual on it. But it's right up here in this tree. Yeah, the Carolina wrens have been going at it, and you can see, I don't think this box is active. The box that we were looking at that has a second brood in it is like over here in the background. So I mean, it's absolutely in this tree because I'm on one side of the tree and it's to my right. I go to the other side of the tree, it's to my left. So it's not further back than I thought. It is right up on the edge of this trail. Just had a red-bellied woodpecker fly over. Got house sparrows over here behind me and a starling. Oh, no, it's not a starling. Say in the harsh sunlight, I just see dark-colored, medium-sized bird. Think starling, then it vocalizes, no, that's a cowbird. Yeah, male. I can get it at least. Like I say, with the temperature or the, you can tell I'm getting hot and sweaty. With the bright light, it was hard to make out. But yeah, that's the call gave it away. That crisp metallic tone that I just love. And you can see a little bit of the brown head when he peeks around, but he's pretty high up. Let's see what friend he's got over here. Little house sparrow boy? Yep. Like I said, lots of house sparrows over here. Which, not the best friends to bluebirds. They like bluebird boxes just fine, but don't particularly care for the well-being of the bluebirds themselves. I think I may have run our, or it just got tired of this tree. Because when I started moving the tripod around more and talking a bit more, Mr. Painted Bunting quieted down. I need to fix my tripod legs at some point because I've got them kind of different lengths from being on uneven terrain. I'm going to go ahead and lower the tripod legs. At least go that short. Can do the real funky view. If I can tighten it there. Come on. It's difficult to do one-handed dangling a tripod. Now you get the aerial perspective on me. Okay, there's something up here. Oh, a group of somethings. But they flew. Alright, I think I'm gonna walk back towards the front through the shade. Really, Painted Bunting? Did you guys just hear that? I say I'm walking away, and then it sings again. It's taunting me. This Painted Bunting is taunting me. And now I'm hearing the house sparrows. Watch me turn my back, and it sings again. Okay, good. Yeah, I haven't checked on what the heat's actually hit here yet. If anybody wants to look at Oklahoma City weather, they probably could. I'm guessing it's hit 90 by now with some humidity. Does uptime automatically work? Boo howdy, y'all. We're gonna make a 5-hour stream for the first time ever. I don't think we've ever actually hit 4. I think we've come close to 4 hours before. Yeah, 91, 99 real feel. That sounds about right. You can hear more of our cowbird in the background. One of them at least. Yeah, for now, just my coffee is working as my hydration. But I've got a water bottle in the car that I'm gonna hit here in a sec. It's not too bad in the shade. That's the thing that sucks about the humidity, is it kind of also saps the wind of its power. Because once it gets humid enough, the wind really doesn't help you very much. Here, check out what I found here. Can I focus on it? It's a cicada shell for you. But yeah, this isn't bad too far. Like I say, the wind doesn't help that much. At some point, wind just becomes like a convection oven, or it just makes it feel even hotter. Right now the wind still helps a little bit, and as long as I don't stay in the sun too much, I'll be good. Yeah, that dry heat, but it's still heat. And I'm gonna get to go from this. I mean, it'll be fun because I'm gonna be at the beach and staying cool and that stuff otherwise, but my summer getaway next week is in Houston. Not Houston, Galveston. We're gonna stop in Houston, but we're going to Galveston. So I'll be getting more of the same, but a lot more water to get in and cool off. Even higher humidity down there. Surprised we haven't seen our green heron the last few times. Yeah, so I'm hoping to see some shorebirds. I kind of have a tentative list. It's funny, a couple of the things, I had black terns on my list of birds to see down there that I'd never seen. And then like 2 weeks ago, some black terns showed up at my local lake. Yeah, that's where I'm hoping to get some skimmers too. Get to Know Nature posted some skimmers the other day. They got me all pumped for that. But yeah, there should be some other stuff. I mean, if I can see a black-bellied plover, that would be a huge highlight because I've never seen those. There's a handful of shorebirds that would be lifers for me that are potentially down there. Non-shorebird wise, I want to try to see a white-tailed kite reddish egret is way up there. Because reddish egret's one of the only big Artidae species I haven't seen. Yeah, skimmer should be easy for sure, I'm hoping. Forget what else. Ready turnstone, hopefully, maybe. Oh, and if I can find some more caracaras. Not gonna be in a great spot for them, but they're in that, you know, they're in that area. Well, didn't really hear that much on the way. And now I've got the problem where when I'm going with my tripod on my hip and the tripod foot goes into my pants pocket. Whoopsie. All right. Yeah, I don't know about nest sites there. But yeah, I would love to see. And I won't have much mobility. It's a family vacation. So we've got a house pretty close to the beach. So I'll kind of be limited into, like, you know, it'll be a thing where it's like, I'm mostly going to be there hanging out with the family. But I'm probably going to wake up before everybody else does and get outside for an hour or two. And did you guys... I swear, this painted bunting is taunting me. As I'm sitting down here, I can hear it going again. Colonies in West Galveston. Okay. Like I say, I may be able to, and there may be some time where I can take one of the cars and take a trip, because I'm going to be in, like, Galveston Island proper, and I know a lot of the stuff is further up the coast and some stuff is down, so I'll probably go to the state park there, and there's a couple smaller places closer to me. Yeah. This, I kind of half expect this painted bunting to, like, as soon as I end stream and, like, get in my car and, like, turn out onto the access road where I've got to, like, catch up with traffic, to just be, like, sitting there on the fence waving at me, winking. But yeah, so I'll be just kind of doing some casual birding. Like I said, I kind of have a little mini wish list, but I'm not going to be chasing stuff really. Just going to be kind of seeing what I can see there, which should be, I mean, there's definitely some guaranteed lifers because I've never really birded the Gulf Coast at all. So yeah, yeah, but I'm ready. My coffee is just now done, but I think I'm ready for my thermos of water. Because I feel like what I need to do is, oh, here's my I Paint Burbs little lady Hummer and my State of Spades and my generic meme sticker that was in a sticker pack. But if you haven't seen the Look at All These Chickens video, it was popular on Vine. The original's on YouTube. It's a great video. And maybe you'll see some cool butterflies when I'm down there in Galveston Island. Pizza? I probably will even, well, it kind of depends too. I probably will try to do a little bit depending on the signals down there. I have no context for that. And I'm not even like in the same areas where which Avian Davies is now that Birds guy. Is that right? Avian Davies, or you should still be following him, but his username is different. It's that Birds guy? Is it guy? I can't remember. I guess I could look it up. Let's see. Well, I need to see who's streaming anyway. I know Doc is. I'll probably raid Doc. Yeah, Doc's doing a launch. Okay, the Birds guy. So the Birds guy is Avian Davies. Like I say, if you were following him on Twitch already, that should transfer over with the @ username change. I'm still hearing my distant. Now, at least now it's distant. If it was like getting closer to me, that would be the worst. Yeah, so the Birds guy. Yeah, but let's go ahead, I guess, and unless anybody... Yeah, no worries. Get to know nature. Yeah, he talked about how he just kind of wanted something that was a little pithier, not as many syllables, and more clearly bird related. Because if you don't put together avian birds, I still don't know if I'm gonna ever do a name change. I feel like Sethily kind of works, and I Am Become Seth is much more of a mouthful. That would be like the opposite of Avian Davies, like me trying to get more syllables and make my name more confusing, even though it would be nice to be consistent across platforms, but whatever.